ufuna amanzi yokuflasha? Soon. For me. I'm a redhead now. You must.
Give them Test 1, 2, testing, testing.
Can you ring the bells? Thank you very much, councillors. Can we take our seats so that we can check if we form a quorum? Thank you very much, councillors. Can we all be seated? Can we all be seated? Councillors at the back, can I stop that meeting? Honorable women, alderwomen, aldermen and councillors, due notice was given to this special council meeting. We are a quorum and I therefore declare this meeting duly constituted. I trust that you have all signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from this meeting in the minutes. Yes, Councillor Makalen, what are you standing on?
Thank you very much. I don't know if it's only my time, but it says it's 21 past and you are constituting the meeting after 20 minutes. In terms of section page 22.
Thank you very much. We are continuing with the meeting.
Section 4.
We are continuing with the meeting.
Yes, but I'm putting it to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from this meeting in the minutes. May we now begin with our special council meeting by observing a moment of silence in prayer or meditation, please. Thank you. I worship the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekan and his entourage, Honorable Chief Matrang and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of the Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in council, honorable councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City Tshwane residents, and the public. I welcome you all to this special council meeting. Honorable councillors, the country is mourning the demise of Mr. Musiwa Terra Lukoda, an anti-apartheid activist and veteran in politics. Mr. Lukoda was a COPE founding leader and former defense minister. He passed away on the 4th of March 2026 at the age of 77. On behalf of the city of Tshwane, we would like to express words of condolences to his family, friends, comrades. May his soul rest in peace. Honorable councillors, the purpose of this special council meeting is to consider a report on allegation made against the Chief Financial Officer. Honorable councillors, for purposes of informing council in as far as leave of absence for councillors from this council meeting is concerned, I will now call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to council the approved leave of absence of councillors. Chief Whip.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, and welcome back home. I think the acting speaker today is sitting next to me, Councillor Marishal. Honorable Speaker, the following councillors have been approved in line with our city processes in inquiring leave of absence. Councillor B. Lee, DA leave. Councillor A. Jacobs, FF plus, study leave. Councillors request to arrive late. Councillor P. Satan, DA, 11 o'clock. Councillors request to leave early. Councillor Alderman C. Brink, DA, 13 hour. Councillor Jackie Ace, DA, 13 hour. Councillor Fosi, DA, 13 hour. Councillor G. Innocent, FF plus, 13 hour. Councillor Armax, FF plus, 13 hour. Councillor Archerbe, FF plus, 13 hour. Councillor A. Mittelbeck, RCT, 13 hour. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Unopposed, proposed by the Speaker, and other proposal allowed by the Speaker. Honorable councillors, I've received a letter from the leader of the executive business late yesterday explaining the current status of the report to be tabled at this special council meeting. I will therefore give him an opportunity to address council on this matter. Leader of the executive business, followed by the executive mayor.
Thank you very much. Can we please take a 30 minutes caucus?
Granted. Please ring the bells. Alderwoman Slow, can you approach? Can you approach? Thank you very much, councillors. Please take your seats. Order, please. Deputy Chief Whip. Please, Deputy Chief Whip, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for your indulgence. We have had a reflection on the issues that we wanted to brush up on, and we are back. The leadership assigned will take us forward on this matter. But I think the leader of governance business is delayed. He's the one who's taking us forward. He's just entering the chambers just now.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Chief Whip. As I indicated earlier on, please switch off your mic. As I indicated earlier on, that the leader of the executive business will speak to us, and thereafter the executive mayor. So we will follow that sequence. Then we will know what is going on after that. Thank you. The reason why I can't call the executive mayor now is because the leader of the executive has to speak first. Then the mayor will be the last person. Then I'm waiting for you, leader of the executive. Okay, thank you very much. Then let's proceed. As I indicated earlier on, the leader of the executive must take us through in terms of the status of the report that brought us here today.
Good morning, Speaker, and to colleagues. I was just running. I forgot my medication. I was just taking my medication there in the car. Speaker, I wrote a letter to you. I think it was, I don't know what is today's date, but I think Tuesday, late in the afternoon, I wrote a letter to you indicating that we received a letter.
No, thanks, Speaker. I'm sorry, Speaker. I know that the whip is the one who must do the caucus. We're asking for 5 minutes. Yes, the whip. Our members were stuck in the lift. And then because you don't care, you just proceed without even checking where is the other party. And normally you ask, where are other parties? No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Don't rush. So our members were stuck in the lift, so they are coming now. So
Who was stuck? Who was stuck in the lift?
Thank you very much. What is important is that the only thing that cannot allow us to continue is when we are not forming a quorum. That's the only reason that can make us not to continue. It can't be the reasons of other people being absent. If we are forming a quorum, we do continue. Yes, Councillor Ratukwan.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, just before we took an adjournment, I was concerned.
What are you standing on?
Thank you. So I was concerned when the roll call was done here and the leave of absence. Then I heard Lex's name being mentioned that he wants to leave at 1300 hours. When is the reason why we are here today? I think he must suspend all his activities because we are here because of him today. We are not going to be called by him. Then he puts and he goes and puts a leave of absence or a leaving early. And we came here because of him. So he needs to already start adjusting his schedule. We are not here to play. And we are not waiting for him. He's not going to call us and go to the media and also disclose the report and the content of the report on the media before it comes to council. Completely ill-disciplined. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And can I then now call the leader of the executive business?
No, thanks, Speaker. I think I need to apologize to EFF because I was not aware that they were delayed anyway. We're not going to start without them because we had agreed that we are going out, we're going to have a caucus and we'll come back. Therefore, you can't leave your colleagues outside. I think it would be remiss of us not to acknowledge our error to continue without them. Therefore, I apologize, colleagues. Speaker, I wrote a letter to you on Tuesday indicating that we acknowledge the receipt of your letter indicating that there will be a special meeting. Remember when we left here at the end of the month, we only had a continuation meeting. But because of there were exchanges of letters that came to you, you scheduled a council meeting, a special council meeting at 9 o'clock. Therefore, I wrote to you that in the event that we are not ready with the report, because when we have a report that we need to take in committee, and how it was going to be dispensed of, you must satisfy yourself with a few processes. Therefore, you must interact with the accounting officer so that you are satisfied that whatever that you are bringing to council, it will be sufficient to be considered by council. Therefore, the letter was very clear, and I think if you had liberty to share it with other leaders, its contents are very explicit on why we wrote to you. Therefore, I wrote to you that on behalf of the executive, if we are not ready with the report, we were requesting that we should then do two things. First, because of there's a continuation meeting, we should then have an interaction and make sure that that report is ready. But when that report is not ready, therefore we should do something because of that meeting is still important, that special meeting. But that special meeting, it can't be just a special meeting, it must be a special meeting that carries credible information that must be tabled before council. And therefore, at that point that having had a deliberation with the executive mayor, the report that she's supposed to table, she will explain the process of how we want to go forward with that matter because of where we're sitting. There were a few points, there were a few nuts and bolts that we needed to finalize. Therefore, she will explain how we then go forward. But the letter and the spirit of the letter was to caution you in the event that we are not ready to finalize what should be presented to council. And I think you will accept my request as you have acknowledged and indicated that I should speak in council about that request so that all parties are taken on board with regard to my request. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader of the Executive Mayor.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Let me greet you and the colleagues and say all protocols observed. Speaker, firstly, let's also add our voice in sending our condolences to Ndade Teraligoda's family his party members and the community that he lived among. It is really, Speaker, one of those when we start losing our heroes. But we do want to send our condolences as well, Speaker. Speaker, I do want to apologize that we reached out to you after the allegations were leveled and we followed the legislation, what legislation would require from us, that within 7 days we must advise this council about the allegations that have been leveled against one of the senior managers that have been appointed by this council. It was with good intention, Speaker, that we don't become delinquents when it comes to the legislation. Speaker, we also took it seriously that the way that for us who are drafting the report, when we come to council, Speaker, we must advise council based on the facts. Having read the allegations, they were quite extensive. Some of the information was supposed to be confirmed from the outside. So there are entities that are mentioned on those allegations where for us to say whether we're going with sub-regulation 53A or 53B, we then depended on confirming a lot of information, and some of it was not residing in the city. We've got the information where we could access the records of the city. We also appreciate, Speaker, that this is not just any report. This is a report that implicates the heart of the city, which is the finance department. So we didn't want to be reckless, Speaker, to say, let's bring the report even with incomplete information and mislead council, which of the options that were given by the legislation to adopt. So we did not get all the information that we required, Speaker, so we can formulate a solid recommendation to council. But we didn't want to cancel or ask you to cancel the meeting before we get here. So we do want to apologize for that, and we are requesting, Speaker, in terms of 23(1)D, that we defer this report until a later date in which we can speak to you, which date that would be, where we can bring that report and council has enough time to ventilate, read the report and apply its mind. So I just wanted to confirm what the lead of executive business has raised, Speaker. And with those, Speaker, we will continue, obviously, to look for the information that we require and then communicate with you in terms of how when we can then have that meeting so we can look at the matter and dispose the matter. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Councillor Alex, what are you standing on?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to respond to what the Mayor has said and what the Leader of the Executive Business has said. It is on the requirements.
Is it? Okay. Sorry. It's either it's a point of information or the point of order. We don't have a report to respond to. We don't have a report to continue with this meeting. So it's either it's a point of order or a point of information. One of the two. It can't be just a response.
Mr. Speaker, it is a point of order based on the disciplinary code for senior managers that requires that this meeting should be held within 7 days to consider the complaint, to appoint an independent investigator. What I hear is happening here is that somebody wants to investigate before an independent investigator has been appointed and to postpone what the law is quite clear should happen, namely that we should consider the complaint, not other reports, within 7 days. That is the point of order. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Executive Mayor. As much as I don't prefer the dialogue, but you can come in.
Speaker, I don't want us to mislead each other here. Let's read the law for what it says. Just the point that Councillor Middlebeck is raising. The regulation, Speaker, notwithstanding the issue of 7 days to bring the allegation to council, the regulations are saying to us, Speaker, when we come here, we must present one of the two. The allegations must be looked at, and once council has looked at the allegations, it must arrive at one of the two options. Sub-regulation on under 4.5, sub-regulation 5, sub 3, sub A, says that if we believe there's a reasonable cause that an act of misconduct has been committed, we must, as a council, appoint an independent investigator. B of the same then says if the council believes that there is no evidence of misconduct, then as a council we can dismiss the allegations. What we are saying, Speaker, the information that we would bring here as the people sub-delegated by this council that will be used to ventilate and reach that conclusion, whether it's A or B, it's incomplete, Speaker. Hence, we are asking that we don't consider the report now. So I don't want Councillor Middlebeck to only present the part that is convenient to him because he's a complainant. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. I'm coming to a conclusion to say we cannot continue with the meeting where there is no report, and we need to consider what is raised to us and what is explained. So, in that trail, this meeting is adjourned for later date. Immediately when we receive the report, we'll immediately call the special council to deal with it. So this special council meeting is adjourned. Then we can go and register the attendance register for the continuation. Thank you. I'm giving you 20 minutes to do so. Councillor Matebul. Please ring the bell. Thank you very much. Can we all be seated? Okay, thank you very much, councillors. We do form a quorum. Now we can resume our meeting. Please take your seats. Honorable alderwomen, aldermen, and councillors, due notice was given of this council meeting. We are a quorum, and I therefore declare this meeting duly constituted. I trust that you have all signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from this meeting in the minutes. Councillors, I'm the only one that is speaking at this moment. May we now begin with our continuation council meeting by observing a moment of silence in prayer or meditation, please. Thank you. I worship the Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekan and his entourage, Honorable Chief Matlangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of the Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tswana residents and the public. I welcome you all to this continuation council meeting. Honorable councillors, for purpose of informing council in as far as leave of absence for councillors from the continuation council meeting is concerned, I will now call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to council the approved leave of absence of councillors.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The following councillors have applied for leave, and I have, as the Chief Whip, allowed them to take leave, and they are as follows. Councillor R. Marks, work responsibility. Alderman U.G. Tienesen, VF Plus, work responsibility. Councillor B. Lee, DA, leave. Councillor A. Jacobs, VF Plus, study leave. Councillor P. Sutton, GA, to arrive late at 11. The following councillors requested to leave early. Alderman C. Brink, DA, 1300 hours. J. Ace, GA, 1300 hours. T. Fossey, GA, 1330. Thank you very much, Speaker. That's all.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief Whip. Let's move. Official notice, there is none. Unopposed, proposed by the Speaker. And other proposal allowed by the Speaker, there is none. Honorable councillors, during the council meeting on the 26th February 2026, and before the meeting could adjourn, I was informed that we were in the process of considering all annexures A and A1 from the Mayoral Committee. Let's then proceed with our agenda. Just a second. Honorable Councillors, you have 60 minutes in total to discuss Annexure A and A1. We start with A, which is item A1 was discussed, and now we are on item 2 on A2. And on this one, I've got Councillor M. Erasmus. Your 3 minutes starts now. Waive. Annexure, okay, A2, 3, 4. On item 5, I've got Councillor Pesco. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, could I have a few minutes just to locate it quickly, please? You were a little fast. Option. Yeah, Speaker, I'll waive on this one.
Six, 7, 8, 9. Then on item 10, I've got Councillor Spade. And 9. On item, okay, 10. On item 11, I've got Councillor Pesco. 11, 12, talk to me. 13. Honorable Councillors, now that we have disposed of the Annexure A, we can move to Annexure A1. And on this item, I've got Annexure A11, Councillor Pesco. Your 3 minutes starts now. It seems you are not ready today, Councillor.
Speaker, I'll waive on this one.
Thank you so much. 1. Let's move to item 2. It's still you, Councillor Pesco. Waive. 2. 2. 3. 4. I've got Councillor Jacobs. Your 3 minutes starts now. Are you waiving? Then press the button. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, members of Council, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. We stand before you today confronted by a crisis that is both urgent and preventable. In Region 4 alone, there are 63 sinkhole incidents that have been recorded in the 2024-2025 financial year. They are not isolated events. They are direct consequences of our city's neglect of upgrading our critical water infrastructure. Alarmingly, 88% of all sinkholes are due to municipal infrastructure. 88% of all sinkholes are caused by the neglect and disregard of upgrading our dilapidated water infrastructure. We cannot refer to it as a natural disaster. It is a governance disaster. It is a result of delayed maintenance, ignored upgrades, and complete disregard for consequence management. Residents in Littleton and surrounding areas are living in unacceptable conditions. Water pressure is being throttled at 2.5 bar, below the 6 bar standard, because our infrastructure cannot handle it. Leaving families unable to meet basic daily needs. They basically need to jump around in the shower to get wet. This is not a dignified living condition.
it is a violation of their right to adequate services. The decaying conditions of our water infrastructure is increasing at a decreasing rate. The current budget allocation is a ridiculous 15.7 million for the single rehabilitation. Yet nearly 1 billion is budgeted for water tanker services. Speaker, tankers are not infrastructure. It is a costly band-aid that does not address the root cause. Ratepayers are funding temporary relief while the communities sink, literally, into inhabilitated conditions. I have previously submitted on behalf of nearly 3,500 residents demanding that immediate action on declaring Region 4 a local state of disaster due to the clustering of sinkholes. And it was clear this was not the correct procedure, as our petition has been dealt with through the mayoral office. So, Honourable Council, we cannot continue to ignore this crisis. Every day, sinkholes are worsened and damage and erode our public infrastructure. We must act decisively, prioritize pipe replacements, and make sure that we respond.
Thank you very much, councillors. That councillor, that is 4, 5. Then item 6 up of Councillor van Rensburg. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, if we refer to this report, in section 4A to D, the Intergovernmental Relations Framework, Act 13 of 2005, all spheres of government must coordinate a policy implementation to ensure coherent governance. But furthermore, in section 41 of the Constitution, all organs of state should cooperate, fostering friendly relations, assisting to support one another, consult with matters. But here we are once again MFMA non-compliant. Section 15 clearly states that a municipality may only incur expenditure in terms of an approved budget with appropriate limits, and the SHA agreement must be funded with existing budget allocations. Otherwise, the city risks breaching the MFMA group financial services, and all future programs can cost us the service level agreement with SHA, which will mean we will lose government funding. Social Housing Act 2008, municipalities must take reasonable steps to facilitate social housing where demand exists. This is not happening. Municipality must identify and remove certain restructure zones. Municipality may enter into performance agreement with social housing institution. The SHA mandate is under Section 11 of the Social Grant, must promote social housing, administer institutional and capital grants, and engage with municipalities and provinces to secure applications. The Freedom Front Plus and all its members are voting against this report because the budget is not mentioned, because of the risk that we can lose the grant funding because we are non-compliant on the MFMA.
Thank you very much. Item 6, 7, 8, then 9, Councillor Jacobs. Thank you so much. 9, 10, 11, Councillor Spey. 10, 11. On item 12, Councillor Spey.
Honourable Speaker, illegal township developments within the city of Tshwane pose a significant challenge to governance, financial stability and spatial planning. The report before us confirms that between 17 and 24 such developments have been identified. These developments bypass lawful township establishment processes, avoid engineering contributions, and in many instances place enormous strain on municipal infrastructure. This is not merely a technical matter, Mr. Speaker. It is about the rule of law, about fairness to both compliant developers and ratepayers who fund this municipality. Where services are consumed without lawful connection or payment, the financial burden ultimately shifts to compliant residents and businesses. That is neither sustainable nor just. At the same time, we must recognize that many occupants may have invested their life savings in good faith. Any response must therefore be lawful, measured, and constitutionally sound. Enforcement cannot be reckless, nor can it be selective. The establishment of the mayoral subcommittee is hopefully a step towards a coordinated approach. However, its success will depend on one principle above all, namely the uniform application of the law. All identified illegal townships must be treated consistently, guided by legislation, fiscal realities, and spatial planning principles, and not by political convenience or preference. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, just to refer to Kleinfontein. Constructive discussions are reportedly underway to find an amicable solution, and this approach needs to be applauded. It is in the city's interest that such engagements proceed constructively and without prejudice. Stability and certainty serve everyone. Speaker, whether it is Kleinfontein or any other development, the standard must remain the same. The city must act fairly, transparently, and without preference. Equal treatment under the law is non-negotiable. If we uphold consistency, protect municipal finances, and act within the bounds of the Constitution, we will restore confidence in planning governance and ensure that development in Tshwane occurs lawfully and sustainably. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. 12. Okay, Leader of the Executive.
Yeah, Speaker, I rise on a point of information. That everything said about all illegal townships is wrong. There's only one township that is already compliant. And I don't know where Councillor Spain get that Kleinfontein has complied of the other 16 townships. Because we haven't arrived at that point. Of all the 16, we are still doing inquiry and trying to find the policy response to illegality and ensure that we secure investments of those that were duped, that over a passage of time they will get services. Why are we flagging only Kleinfontein that in all these other 17, it is the only one that should not be treated, should be treated differently, and we should at least be considerate. Why are we cherry picking on Kleinfontein instead of considering that a township like Agdoren on the Stepworth, they have submitted their formalization township establishment application. I'm saying it's premature and very unfortunate that we are now toying around our preferences instead of treating all these legal townships equally. And as Council, find a common solution without trampling on Splume and other significant bylaws and acts that governs property development.
Thank you very much. MMC Ramabudu, what are you standing on?
Point of information, Rule 38. We want to agree with the MMC as the EFF that there's nothing special about Kleinfontein. In fact, the court told us that there are illegalities that happened in that area. Afrikaners who are racist there, most of them, took decisions to undermine the authority of the municipality. And out of the 16 illegal townships, there's no Klemfontein that is going to be treated special. Racism happens when one thinks that they are special more than another. So we are not entertaining an approach of treating Klepfontein. In fact, Klepfontein, we wanted to meet them. They've canceled a meeting. What is amazing and making us happy, themselves they are divided because there's criminality that is happening there. Illegal collection of rent there, tariffs. There's an Afrikaner group that is roping the other ones there. Fraud is happening amongst those people there. So please don't give us that approach. We are going to do it within the legislation, within the bylaws. There's no special treatment that Klepfontein is going to receive. In fact, we are monitoring the attitude. If they continue on undermining us, we may leave them and remain with 15. They must continue on that behavior.
Thank you very much, MMC. 13. Honorable Councillors, I will now reports of the Oversight and Standing Committee reporting direct to Council. Honorable Councillors, I will now call on the Chair of Chairs to submit to Council the reports emanating from the Section 79 committees for consideration. Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Without any waste of time, Honorable Speaker, can I have 10 minutes caucus with the Rules and Ethics team and MPEC with your indulgence, Honorable Speaker?
10 minutes is granted.
Thank you very much.
10 minutes is up. 10 minutes is up. MPEP Chairperson, Councillor Ratukwan, the Chair of Chairs is asking for you. Councillor Mpati. Councillor Mpati. Councillor Mpati. Approach, please. Thank you very much. Can we all be seated? Can we all be seated? Councillor Matlangu and your team. Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs. Order, please. Please press the button, Chair of Chairs.
Msegazomhle ndiyafisa kona ukuqala ndithethe but ke can I be protected ekusenomsindo omninzi apha emva kwam. Thank you very much, Tata. Her Worship, the Executive Mayor, Umama Uhunadi, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Tatum Dise, Honorable Chief Kekane and his entourage, Ubabe Twin Parliament Sibes Bomvu, Chief Matangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, leaders of executive business, Chief Whip of Council, Tatu Mashole, chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in this council, honorable councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents, and the public. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to start by sending our condolences. Anas nokuthi ngizothetha ngani senifaka imlomo. Helping me on what now? Speaker, kunabantu abafuna ukuba ngo-chair of chairs up. Wait man, 6 months now, don't worry. Honorable Speaker, the passing of Utata Ulikota Utera, Atamandebele Spetegi Tumelngo Pigo in this industry. Sisabetegi Tumelngo Pigo, Abe Manenga Nyana Izoluxeni, Amatumala. In the media industry, we lost one of the storytellers, Gita Mandebele, Ubaba Umachika, Gube Psunganyana. But without any waste of time, Honorable Speaker,
allow me to table the reports. It is a pleasure for me to submit to Council reports from the following Section 79 committees for consideration, as well as Annexure P and P1 for cognizance and or discussion. Public accounts on the 16th of January 2026, health on the 23rd of January 2026, group financial services on the 13th of November 2025, on the 15th of Jan 2026, and again on the 12th of February 2026. Corporate and shared on the 16th of January 2025. I think there's a typing error here, Honorable Speaker. It's supposed to be the 16th of January 2026. Integrated Development Planning, IDP, on the 13th of Jan 2026. Housing and Human Settlement on the 10th of February 2026. Roads and Transport on the 13th of January 2026. Health on the 21st of November 2025. Civilian on the 22nd of January 2026. Petitions on the 22nd of January 2026. Community Safety, led by Umama Uneo on the 20th of November 2025, 20th January 2026, the 17th of February 2026. Economic Development and Spatial Planning on the 13th of November 2025 and the 15th of January 2026. Tswane Geographical Names on the 14th of August 2025, the 11th of September 2025, the 15th of Jan 2026, and again on the 12th of February 2026. Rules and Ethics on the 13th of January 2026. Environmental Management on the 7th of November 2025. Honorable Speaker, Tatun Zwanana, I would also like to, in terms of Section 13.5 of the Rules and Orders, withdraw item 10 as contained in the MPEC agenda of the 16th of January 2026, and further propose that item 9 as contained in the MPEC agenda of 16th January, as well as item 1 contained in Community Safety agenda of 17th of February 2026, be considered in committee in terms of Section 42 of the Rules and Orders. Honorable Speaker, allow me to defer item T1 on Rules and Ethics. T3, my apologies, T3 on Rules and Ethics, that speaks to the amendment of the City of Tswane Rules and Orders bylaw of 2012 to back to the committee. Honorable Speaker, the reports are tabled. Thank you very much.
Councillor Matebo, thank you so much, Chair of Chairs. Councillor Matebo.
Thank you, Speaker. Hey, Speaker, where we are seated here, man, I'm rising on a point of information. Where we are seated here, Speaker, man, it's very cold. Can you please try and adjust it? We are going to get sick here. Please, Speaker. Thank you.
Are you feeling cold? All right, thank you. That is noted. MMC Ramabudu, what are you standing on?
No, I support Councillor Matibula. Divide this aircon. It must be very cold that side. Very extremely cold. And then this side try to accommodate us, please.
Thank you very much. That is noted. I think the team is listening. They will do something if you're feeling cold. From Section 79A, Standing Committee Public Accounts, 16 January 2026. Item 1, that is A. Item 1, Health Department report on community-oriented substance use program of the City of Tswane in partnership with the University of Pretoria. This report is on page 5 to page 29. Recommendations are on page 29. On this item, I've got Councillor Helfrich from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
I would like to waive.
Thank you so much. As recommended, item 2, Energy and Electricity Department progress report on the installation of electricity management devices in indigent and amnesty approved account. This report is on page 30 to page 40. Recommendations are on 40 as recommended. Item 3, Section 79, Standing Committee, Municipal Public Account, Outstanding Reports and Process Plan for 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 41 to 66. Recommendations are on page 42. I've got Councillor Spey. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Honourable Speaker, this report exposes what can only be described as alarming governance concerns. There are 24 outstanding reports before MPAC. That alone is totally unacceptable. But worse, 58% of the responsible departments did not even bother to provide feedback or request an extension. Alarmingly enough, the defaulting departments inter alia include the Office of the Executive Mayor, the Office of the Speaker, the Group Audit and Risk, and the Office of the CFO. These are the very offices that should set the example for administrative discipline and governance compliance. When considering that MPAC was originally established under Section 79 of the Municipal Structures Act to hold the municipal executive and administration accountable, this dereliction of duty represents a total disregard for MPAC as an oversight structure. Item 14 of the report focuses on actual recoveries of unfunded, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The neglect by Group Legal to timeously submit the report implies delays, and delays increase the risk of prescription. Speaker, relying on prescription for the non-recovery of UIFW, as is often the case, is nothing but an unjustifiable excuse for administrative deficiencies and a lack of governance. Legally, prescription is manageable and avoidable. Section 32 of the MFMA is compulsory, not discretionary. Recovery must happen. Disciplinary steps must follow, and criminal proceedings must be considered. Speaker, the loss of recoverable public funds due to internal delay could expose the city to further accountability consequences. Overall, this report reveals a troubling pattern. We are, in fact, facing weak enforcement of reporting discipline, systemic delays, and a lack of consequence management. That, Speaker, is sadly the real, I repeat, the very real state of governance in this city, and we are paying the price for this lamentable approach. I thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended, item 4, Group Financial Services Department Creditors Age Analysis as at 30th April 2025 for the city. This report is on page 67 to 72. Recommendations are on page 72 as recommended. Item 5, Group Financial Services Creditors Age Analysis as at 31st August 2025 for the city. This report is on page 73 to 79. Recommendations are on 79 as recommended. 6, Group Financial Services Department status update on the interdepartmental report as of quarter 1 ending 30th September 2025. This report is on page 80 to 85. Recommendations are on 85 as recommended. Item 7, Group Financial Services Department Supply Chain Management Deviation Report for the 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 86 to 92. Recommendations are on 92 as recommended. Item 8, Office of the Speaker, the Municipal Public Accounts Committee Mid-Term Performance Report for the period 1st July 2025 to 30th December 2025. This report is on page 93 to 174. Recommendations are on 102. As recommended. confidential matters. Honorable Councillors, in terms of Section 8, Section 42 of the Rules and Orders, a member may, after an item has been called, or executive mayor or chair of chairs may at any time move that the council resolve itself into committee for consideration of items on the agenda, or no seconder is needed for such a motion. In accordance with Section 42(3), the mover of the proposal for council to resolve itself into committee may speak on such proposal for going into committee, and only the reasons thereof for not more than 5 minutes. When council then resolve itself into committee, all members of the public, the media, and the official, except those officials required by the speaker to stay, must leave the council chamber. In accordance with Section 42(9) of the Rules and Orders, the resolution to the items considered in committee need not to be announced in the open council if such matter is a staffing matter. Honorable Councillors, these items are not contained in the agenda on SharePoint due to the confidential nature thereof, and was distributed to councillors on a link via their email address. The Chair of Chairs did propose that these reports be considered in committee. I will now, in terms of Section 42(3) of Rules and Orders, allow the Chair of Chairs to speak on the reasons for the Council for resolving itself into committee for this purpose. Chair of Chairs? Where is he? Yes, Chairperson. Can you address the aircon, please? People are feeling cold. Thank you very much. Allow us then to put all these items at bay and continue with the agenda. When the Chair of Chairs respond on this, that is when we will come back to it. Item B, from the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Health 2023, January 2026. Health Department, Q1 Performance Report on Service Delivery Business Implementation Plan of 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 5 to page 157. Recommendations are on page 9. As recommended, item 2, Community Safety. Tshwane Metro Police Report on the security measures of the City of Tshwane Clinics. This report is on page 158 to page 165. Recommendations are on 165. As recommended. 3, Health Department, second quarter financial performance report for the 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 166 to 201. Recommendations are on 183. As recommended. 4, Health Department, Health Services Division. Typhoid management after sugar of case reported. Such case of reported. This report is on 202 to 206. Recommendations are on 208. As recommended. Item 5, Health Department, Health Services Division, report on clinics vacancies. This report is on page 209 to 229, recommendations on 223. As recommended. 6, Health Department Municipal Health Services report on the noise complaints registered, attended, referred, and resolved as prescribed by the Municipal Health Service Noise Complaints Standard Operation Procedure within the City of Tshwane for period July 2025 to December 2025. This report is on page 230 to 271. Recommendations are on 234. As recommended, Health Department Municipal Health Services report on bylaw on stray animal and removal of carcasses for the 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 272 to 275. Recommendations are on 275. As recommended, 8. Health Department Management and Administrative Support report on a vacancy profile of Department of Health. This report is on page 276 to 286. Recommendations are on 286. As recommended. When you say yes, make it so that you can be recorded. Thank you. 9. Shared Services Department Information and Communication Technology update on the status of electronic health management system. This report is on page 287 to 292. Recommendations are on 292. As recommended. Item C, from the special meeting, Section 79 Oversight Committee, Group Financial Services, 13th November 2025. 1. Group Financial Services Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act 2003, Act 56 of 2003, in-year financial report, monthly and quarterly budget statement for the period ending 30th September 2025. This report is on page 4 to page 46. Recommendations are on page 10 as recommended. 2. Group Financial Services Department Bulk Services, ESCOM and Water Boards monthly reports 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 47 to 52. Recommendations are on 52 as recommended. 3. Group Financial Services Department Revenue Management Division. Status update on employees and councillors' debt for month ending 30th August 2025. This report is on page 53 to page 219. Recommendations are on 58 as recommended. Item 4. Group Financial Services Department Revenue Management Division. Status update on debts book for the period ending 31st August 2025. This report is on page 220 to 247. Recommendations are on 247 as recommended. Item 5. Group Financial Services Department progress on the implementation of the City of Tshwane on the alignment of revitalized financial records plan with the mayoral charter as of 30th September 2025, capital budget performance report as at 31st August 2025. This report is on 248 to 264. Recommendations are on 264 as recommended. Item D. From the special meeting, Section 79 Oversight Committee, Group Financial Services, 15 January 2026. 1. Report of the City Manager Grants and Subsidies Progress Report on the period ending November 2025. This report is on page 5 to 46. Recommendations are on 46 as recommended. 2. Group Financial Services Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act 2003, Act 58 of 2003, in-year financial report, monthly budget statement for the period ending 30th November 2025. This is report. It's on page 47 to 92. Recommendations are on 53 as recommended. 3. Group Financial Services Department Capital Budget Performance Report as at 30th November 2025. This report is on page 93 to 197. Recommendations are on 101 as as recommended. Group Financial Services Supply Chain Management Division report on awards made to women and people living with disability for 2025-2026 financial year. This report is in page 198 to 202. Recommendations are on 202 as recommended. Item 5, Group Financial Services Supply Chain Management Division, deviation approved for the 2024-2025 financial year in terms of Supply Chain Management Regulation 36 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act 2003, Act 56 of 2003. This report is on 203 to 210 as recommendations are on 210. As recommended. Item 6, Group Financial Services Supply Chain Management Irregular Expenditure for 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on 211 to 227. Recommendations are on 227. As recommended. Item E, from Section 79 Oversight Committee, Corporate and Shared Services, 16 January 2026. Item 1, Group Human Capital Management, Quarter 4 Progress Report on the performance of the Department for 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 4 to page 16. Recommendations are on page 16. I've got Councillor Neft. You're from FF Plus. Your 3 minutes starts now. Thank you so very much. As recommended. Item 2, Group Legal and Secretariat Service Department Progress Report with regard to the Development Integrated Citywide Strategy to address municipal courts challenges. This report is on page 17 to page 25. Recommendations are on page 19. As recommended. As recommended. 3, Group Legal and Secretariat Services Department report on Quarter 4 Performance Review. This report is on page 26 to 36. Recommendations are on 30. As recommended. Item 4, Governance and Support Services Group Property Department, Quarter 1, 2025-2026 Performance Report. This report is on 37 to 75. Recommendations are on 38 as recommended. Item 5, Shared Services Department, Departmental Performance Report for Quarter 1, Financial Year 2025-2026. This report is on page 76 to 124. Recommendations are on 85. As recommended. Item 6, Office of the Speaker, First Quarter Report of the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Corporate and Shared Services for 2025-2026 financial year, 1st July 2025 to 30th September 2025. This report is on page 125 to 160. Recommendations are on 136. As recommended. Item F, from the Section 79 Oversight Committee Integrated Development Plan, 13th January 2026. Item 1, Human Settlement Department, Human Settlement Administration Division, follow-up report on the status of all rental housing properties owned by the city and managed by the Human Settlement Department. This report is on page 4 to page 24. Recommendations are on 19. I've got Councillor Pesco on this one. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, the South African Constitution is not a suggestion. It is a mandate. Under Section 152, our primary duty is to provide governance that is accountable to the people. Oversight exists on 3 reasons: to prevent the abuse of power, to enforce fiscal discipline under the MFMA, and to protect a frail social contract between the city and its citizens. But today, we must face a bitter truth. The law is intact, but the spirit of the law is being systematically murdered by a toxic culture within our administration. We no longer fight a a lack of rules. We are fighting a culture of sabotage. We see in the administrative arrogance that treats oversight questions with contempt. We see a tick box syndrome where compliance is cosmetic exercise while service delivery collapses. We see it in a protection of incompetence where bureaucracy, loyalty are replaced from local to the public. In this Section 79 committee, and my colleague van der Spy said earlier, exactly the same that several departments have been failing to discuss reports for more than 6 months in this committee. This is not a new observation. Both the Audited Performance Committee and the Auditor General of South Africa has highlighted these exact failures without exception year after year. A lack of oversight. These officials are no longer the engine of our city. They are the rust in the machine. They hide behind red tape while our infrastructure rots. They do not break the law. They hollow it until it is meaningless. The time for more cosmetic compliance is over. We do not need more reports. We need consequences. We need departments to turn up at Section 79 committees. We must strip away the impunity and restore the dignity of the public service. We are at risk of losing the city entirely. I thank you.
Thank you so much. As recommended, G, from the meeting of Section 79, Oversight Committee, Housing and Human Settlement, 10th of February, 2026. Item 1, Human Settlement Department Financial and Non-Financial Quarterly Performance for Quarter 1, 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 5 to 41. Recommendations are on 41. As recommended. Item 2, Housing Company Tswane. A report on ACT Quarter 1 Performance 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 42 to 53. Recommendations are on 53. As recommended. Item 3, Human Settlement Department Financial and Non-Financial Quarterly Performance for Quarter 2, 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 54 to 179. Recommendations are on 179. On this item, I've got Councillor van Rensburg. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Honourable Speaker, this should rather be called a department of zero. Zero performance, but all the money is spent. In this Quarter 2, which is including Quarter 1, 0 sites have been serviced with water. 0 sites has been serviced with sewer. 0 kilometer of bulk service water was constructed. 0 kilometer of bulk sewer were constructed. 0 kilometers of new roads were constructed. 0 kilometer of surfaced or unsurfaced roads were constructed. 0 subsidized housing were constructed. 0 land was being acquired. 0 informal settlements were upgraded from phase 2 to phase 3. But irrespective of this,
thank you, councillors. Thank you. Just hold on, councillor. What are you rising on, Councillor Ramapudu? Councillor Ramapudu, what are you rising on?
Zero. I'm waiting for the zero.
Press it once, please.
No, thanks. I don't know. I think the relevance, I don't think we are on the right track. With those zeros, can you rule on that, please? No.
Thank you very much.
You need to rescue us.
Thank you very much.
We rely on you, Mkagas. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor. Go ahead, Councillor van Rensburg. Zeros. Just press once, ma'am.
Speaker, it is clear that the reports are never even read by the other department. And it's also clear that the council is making a huge mistake by just giving random increases. So irrespective if zero performance is done, they get a 3.5% increase on performing zero. So we are also breaching MFMA Section 62, MFMA Section 65. Speaker, they are also breaching MFMA Section 121. Now, Speaker, I have even sent all these breaches to the committee secretary, and none of those were in the minutes. So the Freedom Front Plus and all its members is voting against this zero report because we don't stand for zero performance. If people are being paid high salaries, more than in corporate sector, we expect at least that the work is done.
Thank you very much. As recommended, item 4, Human Settlements Department, Progress Report, Construction of Water and Sewer, Reticulation Services in Endion Extension 37 project. This report is on page 180 to 192. Recommendations are on 192. Councillor van Rensburg. Oh, you are speaking on item 5.
Yes, sir. Yes,
my apologies. As recommended, item 5, Housing Company Tswane report on ACT, Q2 performance 2025-2026 financial year, from page 193 to 198. Recommendations are on 198. Councillor van Rensburg.
Honourable Speaker, here again we have a problem with MFMA non-compliance. HCT is getting an average income of 6%, but irrespective of that, we are still giving the officials an increase of 3.5%. We are never linking a bonus to performance, and that is why we are not achieving anything in this department. According to MFMA, we are breaching Section 62, Section 65, Section 71, Section 93. Speaker, I would like to make sure that our vote against these reports are minuted because we cannot breach MFMA and just do what we want as a council and approve reports that are non-compliant. And irrespective of that, we are giving high salaries to officials to do nothing. And they are spending the money. So where's the money going? In the zero performance of this department.
Thank you very much. As recommended, item 6, Human Settlement Department, Progress Report on the implementation of the Tobeni Extension 8 and 9 construction of road and stormwater bulk, water, bulk sewer, internal water and sewer reticulation. This report is on page 193 to page 198. The recommendations are on 198. As recommended, item 7, Human Settlement Department report on update. The Section 79 Committee Housing and Human Settlement on the status and plans for the identified illegal township within the city of Tswane. This report is on page 199 to 208. Recommendations are on 207 as recommended. Item 8, status report on the upgrade of informal settlement to phase 2, reported as quarter 4 target of 2024-2025 financial year, and report on the formalization of identified informal settlement budgeted R32 and R297M. This report is on page 209 to 268. Recommendations are on 227. As recommended, H from section 79, Oversight Committee Road and Transport Meeting, 31st January 2026. First, Road and Transport Department 2025 October Transport Month Activities Preliminary Report. This report is on page 14 to page 21. Recommendations are on 10. As recommended, Item 2, Road and Transport Department, Road and Transport Quarter 1 Financial Report on approved 2025-2026 medium term revenue and expenditure framework. This report is on page 22 to 25. Recommendations are on 25. As recommended, Item 3, Road and Transport Quarter 1 Performance Report on the implementation of the Service Delivery and the Budget Implementation Plan and Business Plan. This report is on page 26 to page 60. Recommendations are on page 29. As recommended, Item 4, Roads and Transport Department Progress Report on Roads and Stormwater Projects for the 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 61 to page 71. Recommendations are on page 71 as recommended. Item 5, Road and Transport, IRPTN Division, Cost of Integrated Rapid Transport, Rollout of the City of Tshwane from inception. This report is on page 72 to page 184. Recommendations are on page 80 as recommended. Item I, from Section 79 Oversight Committee. 1, Health Department, the report on drugs and substance abuse response program plan and programs for 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 4 to page 29. Recommendations are on 29 as recommended. Item 2, Health Department, Health Services Division, report on clinics vacancies. This report is on page 30 to 68. Recommendations are on 64 as recommended. Item 3, Office of the Speaker, first quarter report on the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Health for 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 69 to 92. Recommendations are on 87 as recommended. Item J, from Section 79 Standing Committee, Civilian Oversight, 22nd January 2026, 1, Community Safety Tshwane Metro Police Report on success in recovering damage to the City of Tshwane property for the period 1st January 2025 to 31st July 2025. This report is on page 4 to page 8. Recommendations are on 8 as recommended. Item K, from Section 79 Standing Committee Civilian Oversight, 22 January 2026. Community Safety Tshwane Metropolis Report on filling of critical vacancies in Tshwane Metropolitan Police Department. This report is on page 4 to page 25. Recommendations are on 6 as recommended. Item 2, Community Safety Department, Tshwane Metropolis Report on the overview of the annual police plan on the primary strategic outline of the Tshwane Metropolitan Police Department. This report is on page 26 to 31. Recommendations on 31 as recommended. Item 3, Community Safety, Tshwane Metropolis Comprehensive Report on the status of tools of trade and shortage thereof. This report is on page 32 to 36. Recommendations on 36 as recommended. Item L, Office of the Speaker, Proposed Draft Bylaw on Petition. This report is on page 4 to page 203. Recommendations are on 8. And I've got Councillor Kwenaite from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now. Press once, Councillor.
Thobela, Honourable Speaker and colleagues, we firmly support the adoption of the draft bylaw on petitions. I want to acknowledge the residents of Tshwane who contributed to the bylaw, the Office of the Speaker who conducted public participation across all 7 regions and online platforms. I want to acknowledge the Petition Standing Committee, especially the DA caucus that checked this bylaw line by line and all its comments, including the inputs from the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. All these were not ignored. They were incorporated. Why does this bylaw matter? The bylaw gives practical effect to Section 17 of the Constitution. It gives practical effect to the Section 17 of the Municipal Structures Act, enforcing the principle that petition must be the credible alternative to protest, not an empty administrative exercise. Petitions stalled because timeframes were unclear, because department delayed responses, and because accountability ended at committee level. This bylaw corrects that. Key improvements. Firstly, the legal clarity. For the first time, the bylaw clearly defines what it means to redirect, defer, refer, and escalate a petition. These are no longer vague administrative terms. They are now legal actions with consequences, removing ambiguity for officials and strengthening protection for petitioners. Secondly, this is the timeframes. This bylaw acknowledges acknowledgements within 24 hours, department responses within 20 working days, follow-ups within 7 working days, resolutions within 30 working days. No silence, no indefinite delays, no petition lost in the process. This is real accountability. Where departments fail to respond, matters may be escalated to the MMCs. Where department fail to respond, MMCs may be summoned. Unresolved matters ultimately reach council. This is oversight. That is accountability. This bylaw strengthens oversight. It restores public trust. It gives communities certainty that their voices will be heard. It does not overreach in others.
Thank you very much. Honorable Councillors, it should be noted that in accordance with Section 163B of the Constitution, the approval of a bylaw by a municipality must be taken by council with a supporting vote of a majority of council members, i.e. at least 108 councillors in case of the city of Tshwane. I will therefore now subject the approval of this bylaw to the vote. Wait, andigacho. I know, Ningamil. Andigacho. For purpose of this voting process, I'm requesting councillors who support this bylaw to raise their hands. Please lower your hands. Please lower your hands. I don't believe there is any against or abstain. So this bylaw is passed by 177 votes as recommended. Item M, from the meeting of Section 79 Oversight Committee, Group Financial Services, 12 February 2026. Item 1, Group Financial Services, Revenue Management Division. Status update on debtors book for the period ending 31st December 2025. This report is on page 5 to page 38. Recommendations are on page 38. And as recommended, Item 2, Group Financial Services Department, Revenue Management Division. Status update on employees and council report for month ending 31st December 2025. This report is on page 35 to 41. Recommendations are on 41. I've got Councillor Surgeon on this item. Waive as recommended. Item 3, Group Financial Services, Local Government Municipal Finance Management, Act 2003, Act 56 of 2003, in year financial report, monthly budget statement for the period ending 31st October 2025. This report is on page 42 to 84. Recommendations are on 48. As recommended. 4, Group Financial Services, Local Government Municipal Finance Management, Act 2003, Act 56 of 2003, in year financial report, monthly budget statement for the period ending 30th November 2025. This report is on page 85 to page 127. Recommendations are on page 90. As recommended. As recommended. Item 5. Group Financial Services, Local Government Municipal Finance Management, Act 2003, Act 56 of 2003, in year financial report, monthly and quarterly budget statement for the period ending 31st December 2025 to mid-year budget assessment. This report is on page 128 to page 169. Recommendations are on 134. As recommended. 6, Group Financial Services Capital Budget Performance Report on the 31st of December 2025. This report is on page 170 to page 200. Recommendations are on page 175 as recommended. I don't know whether you are sneezing because you are saying yes or you are sneezing. As recommended. Group Financial Services, Treasury Office, Creditors' age analysis as at 31st October 2025 for the city. This report is on page 201 to 205. Recommendations are on 205. As recommended, item 8, Group Financial Services Department Treasurer Office, Creditors' age analysis as at 30th November 2025 for the city. This report is on page 206 to 210. Recommendations are on 210 as recommended. Item N, from Section 79, Oversight Committee, Community Safety, 20th November 2025. Item 1, Corporate and Shared Services Department report on the vehicle maintenance plan to reduce non-operational fleet for emergency services and Tshwane Metropolis Department. This report is on page 5 to page 14. Recommendations are on 14 as recommended. Item 2, Community Safety Department, Tshwane Metropolis Department, departmental performance against the approved 2025-2026 SDBIP. This report is on page 15 to 22. Recommendations are on 22 as recommended. Item 3, Community Safety Department, Tshwane Metropolis Department awareness campaign to educate members of the public on measures and regulations aimed at securing a safe environment Q1 of 2025-2026. This report is on page 23 to 34. Recommendations are on 34 as recommended. Item 4, Community Safety Department, Tshwane Metropolis Department, report on the crime statistics and trends for each region. This report is on page 35 to 59. Recommendations are on 59. I've got Councillor Van Mirbeek. 3 minutes, that's now.
Yeah, wife.
Are you waving? Okay, thank you. As recommended. Item 5, Office of the Speaker, First Quarter Performance Report on the Section 79 Oversight Committee. Community Safety for 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 60 to 95. Recommendations are on page 74. As recommended. Item 6, Community Safety Department, Emergency Services Department, Division, Business Operation Activities conducted in the city of Tshwane. This report is on page 96 to page 109. Recommendations are on page 109 as recommended. Item 7, Community Safety Department, Emergency Services Department, Business Operations, Community Awareness and Outreach Program. This report is on page 110 to 114. Recommendations are on 114 as recommended. Item 8, Community Safety, Emergency Services Department, Fire and Rescue Operation, Cognizance. Report on Department Fire Operation Assessment for September and October 2025. This report is on page 115 to 113, 112. Recommendations are on 112. As recommended, item 9, Community Safety, Emergency Service Department. Emergency Service Department monthly media activities for the month of October 2025. This report is on page 125 to 127. Recommendations are on 127 as recommended. Item 10, Community Safety, Emergency Service Department report on a progress maintenance plan and budget for Emergency Services Department buildings. This report is on page 128 to page 161. Recommendations are on 161 as recommended. 11, Community Safety Department, Emergency Services Department, Progress Report, Recruitment Drive Plan. This report is on page 162 to 168. Recommendations on 168 as recommended. Item O, from the Section 79 Committee, Economic Development and Spatial Planning, 13th November 2025. 1. Economic Development and Spatial Planning Annual Performance Report on the implementation of the service delivery and the Budget Implementation Plan. Business Plan with financial or capital projects, grants and subsidies, as well as expenditure. This report is on page 4 to page 15. Recommendations are on 15 as recommended. Item 2, Economic Development and Spatial Planning 2023-2024 Departmental Business Plan. This report is on page 16 to 60. Recommendations are on 17 as recommended. Item P, from Section 79 Committee, Economic Development and Spatial Planning, 15th January 2026. 1. Economic Development and Spatial Planning, Fresh Produced Market Division. Report on Section 79 Oversight Committee on Economic Development and Spatial Planning on farmers produced declared unit for human consumption at the fresh produce market. This report is on page 4 to page 6. Recommendations are on 6 as recommended. 2. Tswana Economic Development Agency Quarter 1 Performance Report on the implementation of the business plan with financials and capital projects, grants and subsidies, as well as expenditure. This report is on page 7 to 41. Recommendations are on 9 as recommended. 2. From Section 79 Standing Committee, Tswana Geographical Names, 15th January 2026. Economic Development and Spatial Planning Department, City Planning and Development Division. Approval of the name populated the Geographical Names Bank Communication Phase 4. This report is on page 5 to 15. Recommendations are on 9 as recommended. 2. Economic Development and Spatial Planning Department, City Planning and Development Division. Approval of names to populate the Geographical Names Bank period and times. Phase 2. This report is on page 16 to page 26. Recommendations are on page 20 as recommended. 3. Economic Development and Spatial Planning Department. Approval of public participation for formalization street names in Bashewa Agricultural Holding, Ward 102. This report is on page 27 to page 48. Recommendations are on 33 as recommended. Item 4, Economic Development and Spatial Planning. Approval of rename Cape Griceburg Street, situated on part of the farm Zatgopis 364 JR and parts of the farm Tiger Valley 334 JR to Hazel Boulevard, Ward 101. This report is on page 48 to 114. Recommendations are on 55 as recommended. 5. Economic Development and Spatial Planning. Formalization of street names and selection of names from the Geographical Names Bank for Garangua Unit 1 in Ward 31. This report is in page 115 to page 188. Recommendations are on 1, 2, 3. As recommended. 6. Economic Development Spatial Planning Department. Formalization of street names and selection of names from the Geographical Names Bank for Garangua, Unit 16 in Ward 30. This report is on page 189 to 238. Recommendation on 196 as recommended. 7. Office of the Speaker, Midterm Performance Report of the Section 79 Standing Committee, Tswana Geographical Names for the 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 239 to 269. Recommendations are on 249. As recommended. Item 80, Office of the Speaker, Section 79 Standing Committee, Tswana Geographical Names, Annual Report for 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 270 to 356. Recommendations are on 284. As recommended. Item R, From the Section 79 Standing Committee, Tshwane have come names 12 February 2026. 1. Economic Development and Spatial Planning Department, City Planning and Development Division. Approval of names to populate the Geographical Names Bank, Animal Names Phase 9. This report is on page 4 to page 16. Recommendations are on page 8. As recommended. Item 2, Economic Development and Spatial Planning. Approval of names to populate the Geographical Names Bank, Dramatic Arts Phase 1. This report is on page 17 to page 28. The recommendations are on 21. As recommended. 3. Economic Development and the Spatial Planning Department. Approval of names to populate the Geographical Names Bank, Media and Communication Phase 7. This report is on page 29 to 37. Recommendations are on 33. As recommended. 4. Economic Development and Spatial Planning Department. Approval of names to populate the Geographical Names Bank, Nature-Related Terminology, Phase 5. This report is on page 38 to 47. Recommendations are on 42. As recommended. Item 5, Economic Development and Spatial Planning Department. Approval of names to populate the Geographical Names Bank, Mathematics, Phase 14. This report is on page 48 to 56. Recommendations are on 52. As recommended. S. From Section 79 Standing Committee, Tshwane Geographical Names, 14th August 2025. 1. Economic Development and Spatial Planning. Allocation of approved names and selection of names from the Geographical Names Bank for Garangua Unit 23 in Ward 30. This report is on page 4 to 44. Recommendations are on 12. As recommended. T. From Section 79, Standing Committee Rules and Ethics, 13 February 2026. Referral of the Democratic Alliance members of Section 79 Standing Committee Rules and Ethics for working out of Community Safety Section 79 Oversight Meeting. This report is on page 4 to page 33. Recommendations are on 9. As recommended. Item 2, Office of the Speaker. Alderman UG Tennessee, referral of the ruling of the Speaker of Council to the Section 79 Standing Committee, Rules and Ethics Committee, in terms of Section 40 of Rules and Orders Bylaw. This report is on page 34 to page 45. Recommendations are on page 41. As recommended. Okay. Item 3 of item T has been referred back to the committee. Yeah. For next council meeting. Can you say it yourself in record, please? Noted, Councillor Makhalin.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yes, as I've said earlier on, item T3 has been deferred back to the committee, and it will be discussed in the next item, in the next council, sorry.
Thank you so much. Councillor Makhalin.
No, thank you, Speaker. On T2, on the referral of Councillor Dennison, the recommendations, I believe that they say the Speaker need to take note of the ruling and also further to that, take cognizance that in future, when such matters are appearing here, should be ruled in that way. So I
haven't seen you saying, I take note of that.
Must I say I take note in the report? Note of what? Then we just said the recommendation, yes, on them. What notes that I need to take? Don't play games here. What note? This is the report. It went. No. The report went to the. The report went to the. The report went to the committee. I just read the report and it was recommended. So there's no noting that I'm going to do. Yes, Councillor at the back there.
Okay, Speaker, Honorable Speaker, the
Noted, Leader of the Executive. Yes, Alderwoman.
The recommendation is saying that the Speaker ought to acknowledge before Council. So maybe that is what Councillor Makaling is bringing to your attention, that now that the report is approved, the Speaker ought to do that which the report is recommending. Because it is not my recommendation, it's a resolution of Council. No, it's not optional. It is a resolution of Council now. So the Speaker ought to acknowledge before Council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Leader of the Executive.
No, thanks, Speaker. I don't think we should grapple with interpretation. Because when the recommendation says a councillor must in council withdraw or apologize, we do that in council. Therefore, the report says no, Speaker must take note of the recommendation of the committee. Therefore, there might have been an interaction with you with regard to the work that the committee was doing. But now it's a report of council who are taking note of what needs to happen. If there's a referral like this, therefore, it does not necessarily say you need to speak to this recommendation. There's nothing like that.
Thank you very much. That is actually my understanding. Thank you. Item U, from Section 79 Oversight Committee, Community Safety, 20th January 2026. Item 1, Community Safety Department, Tshwane Metropolis Department, Comprehensive Report on the City Control Room and the Surveillance System. This report is on page 4 to page 8, and recommendations are on page 8 as recommended. Item 2, Community Safety, Tshwane Metropolitan Police Department, Comprehensive Report on the TMPD's Technology and Innovation, Surveillance and Crime Detection System. This report is on page 9 to page 13. Recommendations are on 13 as recommended. Item 3, Community Safety Department, Metropolitan Department, Report on Bylaw Enforcement Operation July 2025 to October 2026. This report is on page 14 to page 19. Recommendations are on 19. As recommended, Item 4, Community Safety Department, Tshwane Metropolis Department, Comprehensive Report on Traffic Management and Road Safety Report. This report is on page 20 to 23. Recommendations are on 23. As recommended, Item 5, Community Safety, Metropolis Department, Report on Overview of Dog Unit, K9 of Tshwane Metropolis Department. This report is on page 24 to 29. Recommendations are on 29. As recommended, Item 6, Community Safety Department, Tshwane Metropolis Department, Awareness Campaigns to educate members of the public on ensuring and regulate aimed at securing and safety environment, October 2025. This report is on page 30 to 36. Recommendations are on 36 as recommended. Item 7, Community Safety, Metropolis Department awareness campaign to educate members of the public on measurement measures and the regulations aimed at securing a safety environment in November 2025. This report is on page 36 to 43. Recommendations are on 43 as recommended. Item 8, Community Safety Department. Tshwane Metropolis Department report on quarterly department media activities. This report is on page 44 to 70. Recommendations are on 70. As recommended, item 9, Community Safety Department, Tshwane Metropolis Comprehensive Report on Traffic Management and Road Safety Report. This report is on page 71 to 74. Recommendations are on 74. As recommended, 10, Office of the Speaker Fleet Recommendation Report on the Section 79 Oversight Committee Community Safety for 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on 75 to 83. Recommendations are on 83. As recommended, item V, Section 79 Standing Committee, Tshwane Geographical Names, 11 September 2025. Economic Development Spatial Planning Department, City Planning and Development Division. Allocation of approved names and selection of names from the Geographical Names Bank for Garankuwa Unit 6 in Ward 32. This report is on page 4 to page 82. Recommendations are on page 15. Honorable Councillors, Honorable Councillors, item W, will deal with it on V. On item V, as recommended, thank you. Item W, we will deal with it in committee. If you allow me, Chair of Chairs, to proceed with other items, then we'll do the in committee last. Thank you. Item X, from the special meeting of the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Environmental Management, 7th November 2025. Members of the EFF, can you please take your seats? Councillor Mashaban. 1, Environmental and Agricultural Management Department, Agriculture and Rural Development Division. Report on the maintenance plan for various facilities in the department. This report is on page 4 to page 17. Then recommendations are on 17 as recommended. Item 2, Environment and Agriculture Management Department, Environmental Management and Parks Division. Report on the possibility of handing over the cemetery's responsibilities to either ROC or taking full responsibility. This report is on page 18 to 48. Recommendations are on 21. As recommended. 3, Environment and Agricultural Management Department, Agriculture and Rural Development Division. Annual report on agricultural village of the city of Tshwane for 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 49 to 76. Recommendations are on 57. As recommended, Office of the Speaker, Annual Report of the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Agriculture and Environmental Management for the 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 77 to 100. Recommendations are on 84. As recommended, item 5, Office of the Speaker, the first quarter report on the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Agriculture and Environmental Management for the 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 101 to 116. Recommendations are on 110. As recommended. To discuss Annex B and B1. B, a special Section 79 Standing Committee petition 7th August 2025. B1. Honorable Councillors, now that we have disposed an Annex B of Annex B, we can move to Annex B1. Section 79 Standing Committee Petition 20th November 2025. B11, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Honorable Councillors, questions submitted by councillors in terms of Section 10(1)B of the Rules and Orders of the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality. Council meeting 26 February 2026. Honorable Councillors, the Office of the Speaker has received questions from the following councillors in terms of Section 10(1)B of the Rules and Orders, and these questions were referred to the Executive Mayor for response. Councillor I. Stradom, Councillor T.E. Fosi, Councillor A. Mayor, Alderman C. Brink, and Councillor N.C. Pesco. Motion for proposal deferred from the previous meeting. Yes, Councillor Ace. What are you standing on?
Thank you, Speaker. We just want to place on record that no answers to these questions have been received, and there's also 2 questions from November that the Mayor has not yet answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then we will raise that. We will raise that with the Executive Mayor. Then motions or proposal deferred from the previous meeting, there are none. New motions, there are none. Honorable Councillors, are there any petitions? Please collect the petitions. As he's collecting the petition, may you please just read the heading of your petition, please.
Hello, sorry Speaker. Portals in Ward 2, Pretoria North, thank you.
You have a new name, so look him up.
Thank you. There is another one here. Here, come down the stairs, here. Move fast, my brother, please. Please.
I'll speak. Ward 65, LaLardia power outages. Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, Ward, the Speaker said I can go. Ward 65, LaLardia power outages. There.
Speaker, thank you so much. I've got a petition for Ward 52. It's with regards to the request for electricity stability in Valeria, Pretoria.
Thank you very much. Any other petition? Okay, go ahead. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. Ward 65, Laladia, continuous power outages. Thank you.
Councillor Jacobs, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it's a petition for the urgent demand for replacement of asbestos cement water infrastructure in Littleton and surrounding areas. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let's move to item K. Honorable councillors, or any other matters not contained in the notice of the meeting at the discretion of the Speaker. Honorable councillors, Section 8(1)K of the Rules and Orders provide for reports or matters not contained in the notice of the meeting to be allowed at the discretion of the Speaker. I have allowed the following report under Section 8(1)K of the Rules and Orders. 1. The Office of the Speaker, establishment of the Section 79 Special Oversight Committee to deal with the Code of Conduct of the Deputy Executive Mayor in line with the Forensic Investigation Report. As we all know, that this report was approved in Council, and the report, it has the name of the people that will be serving on the committee. And now the request will be, or the request that was forwarded to us is to allow the committee to nominate or elect their own chairperson and report to council. And secondly, they've got a time frame of 3 months to come back and report to the council. So that is item K. As recommended. Okay. There is also an attachment of a draft of terms of references. This report is on page 4 to page 12. As recommended. Thank you very much, councillors. Honorable councillors, yes, Councillor Makale.
Speaker, the rules are usually we don't eat here. But the executive mayor and deputy mayor, they have a grocery there. They have a Woolworths grocery there. They are busy in
Thank you very much, Councillor Makalen. As I indicated earlier on, thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. As I indicated earlier on, I'm going to read it again for the purpose of reminding you. Honorable councillors, in terms of Section 42 of the Rules and Orders, a member may, after an item has been called, or the executive mayor or chair of chairs may at any time move that council resolve itself into committee for the consideration of items on the agenda, and no seconder is needed for such a motion. In accordance with Section 42(3), the mover of the proposal for council to resolve itself into committee may speak on such proposal for going into committee and only the reasons thereof for not more than 5 minutes. When council then resolve itself into committee, all members of the public, the media, and the official, except those officials required by the Speaker of Council, by the Speaker to stay, must leave the council chamber. In accordance with Section 42(9) of the Rules and Orders, The resolution to the item considered in committee need not to be announced in open council if such a matter is a staffing matter. Honorable councillors, these items were not contained in the agenda on SharePoint due to the confidential nature thereof and was distributed to councillors on link via their email addresses. The Chair of Chairs did propose that this report be considered in committee. I will now, in terms of section 42(3) of the rules and orders, allow the Chair of Chairs to speak on this, on the reasons for the Council to resolve itself into committee for this purpose. Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me start by sincerely apologizing to this council. I had an emergency earlier on, and I can put in a disclaimer that I was not with Brink nor Councillor Ace outside for a TikTok or a media briefing. I was just in an emergency call. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I've asked that these reports be dealt with in committee simply because there are confidential details on the reports, and to respect POPI Act, I so request, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillors. Is the proposal for Council to resolve itself into committee approved?